What's up, folks? How's it going? I actually can't see the chat from here. I'm just going to say hello, everybody. We can chat a little later. So I just want to start off. I just want to actually unpatch a couple of things. Then I guess today I don't really want to do like a full modular performance kind of thing like in the past. I want to focus in a little bit more on sound design. You know, actually using this machine in a kind of more productive manner. So I want to create some breaks, some samples and that kind of thing. One of the cool things about the Bitbox Micro is actually got a recorder, so you can patch stuff up, record a sample into it, and then either just take the SD card, load it into your computer and use it in a project, or re-trigger it and actually use it like a sampler. Of course, we've been exploring jungle lately, and the strongest kind of instrument in jungle is definitely the sampler. So today I kind of want to explore some sound design stuff, compile those ideas into a little Bitbox Micro project, you know, a couple of samples and that kind of thing. And then we're going to chop them. We're going to, maybe even if there's time, we'll throw the SD card into the computer, load it up in Bitwig, and do some stuff there. But yeah, first and foremost, we're going to start with some unpatching. Probably the most boring thing. I was just kind of exploring some ideas, kind of came up with a concept which I think is actually really, really cool. Maybe I can quickly explain the concept quickly before I start unpatching, just to keep things a little bit exciting. So if we go into, I don't know if you guys can actually see on the screen, you can a little bit. You can see there's basically onsets. Something I figured out with the Bitbox Micro is it's actually got a slicer mode, so it can automatically slice these breaks, and then depending on like the pitch or the CV that you send it, it'll play a different break, or like a different chop of the break. So I've been playing with either just randomizing hits or actually sequencing these hits in a kind of more hands-on manner. So yeah, let's maybe patch up a little slicer into a sequencer here. I'll first start with the ornament and crime into sequence mode. Let me just get some of these things to a more standardized thing. Semitone. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm going to start unpatching. I actually got these 90-degree jacks. Usually when I'm starting a more complex patch, I'll start out with these just because they kind of become a little bit less cluttered. Witness history, an unpatching, a full unpatching. because sometimes patches can get a little bit cluttered, especially like if I'm filming, I've got like a mic in the way and a camera in the way and like all this shit in the way. Things can get a little bit cluttered, so I'll often start the patch off with these kind of 90-degree jacks, the tendrils exactly, just because it gives me a little bit more space. But then also what I kind of do is I'll have the more permanent patches with the tendrils, and then I'll create kind of like interpatch. The more like modulation based stuff will be the regular cables, and those I can kind of quickly identify and move around. So there's method to the madness in which cables I generally choose in the more complex patches. I actually think it might be a good idea to run some sort of like main clock, like from the Arturia, just because it's got like a clock reset and that kind of stuff. So I think that'll be a little bit easier. So I'm actually just going to run a cable straight from the clock out here. And then I'll just patch this into the clock input on the Pamelas. And usually it just like picks it up. Do you see that? And it like starts and stops. I don't know if you can see the... perfect angle. So I can like start and stop on request. And that's pretty cool. And then I also want to create like some kind of reset output so that I can reset any kind of sequences. So stuff like clocks, you don't actually need an active mult. We can go with something like the splitter. And so I think the sequence is configured for gate 2 to be the reset. Let's actually just check this out real quick. Perfect. I don't know if you can see that, but the sequence, when I start here, that sequence basically goes back to the beginning and starts again from scratch. Okay, so the basics. If we have other sequences, then we could, just melt those. Like sometimes I'll have another trigger sequence or something going, or some other kind of modulation system going, so I'll just melt that. Yeah, anyway. So now let's... So like with a different color, like the audio path, we can run with like the blue tendrils, for example, just so that it's like a little bit easier to identify like where the audio is, where the triggers are, etc., etc. So for now, I'm just going to run this straight into the mixer. Keep this out the way here. Okay, so let's just see. Do we have... Okay, we need to trigger that, actually. So I'm going to go through how I actually set up the slicer from default, but just to get audio, I'm just going to see if this is working. I always get confused because often with the hemispheres, they've split the outs. The left outs are for the one hemisphere, right outs are for the other. But in the traditional ornaments and crime modes, it's kind of the other way around, and I always get confused. Well, not the other way around. They split it in banks of like pitch on the one side and triggers on the other, rather than pitch, trigger, pitch, trigger. So yeah, that's another thing also to remember with these kinds of things. Okay, let's see. Do we have audio? I've actually got some other samples here, which maybe we can quickly just load up to get things not so just a drum beat. Piano chord. Oh, I've unplugged the audio, that's why. A cool trick that I like to use is to use like the DivKit mutes to just mute like triggers. So like here, for example, this is triggering the brakes, and now we can just like mute it if we want, you know. Are you talking about this one? Or this one here? This is a mixer. It's called the Nearness. Okay, another thing that I actually wanted to explore a little bit was the chords mode in Plats. What could be really cool, something that's like quite common in the more old school jungle stuff, is when they recorded a chord, like sampled it, and then just pitch shifted that as opposed to actually making different chords. I think it's a technique called parallel harmonies or something. So maybe we can try that, like create a chord, sample it, and pitch shift that as opposed to like re-triggering a bunch of complex chords, you know? That's the move. Resonance, high resonance, bandpass filter on the chord, envelope, poing. That's the move. reckon the mute I want to do with this plat as well, because then I don't have to ride the volume to like turn it off, you know what I mean? I think what could also be cool is like a little bit of random on this. I think what I want to do is we can actually sequence some stuff from the MIDI in the KeyStep Pro, because that way we can extend like the steps in the sequence, for example, here, but we could also do like an arpeggiator and certain things like that. So I think let's see track 2. Okay, wait, I usually have track 1 hardwired there to the SH101. Track 2 we can use for like the drum sequence. Let's see track 3. I wonder... Let me see quickly if I can put something in here and if it'll actually work, if it's wired up. I forget. Up. forgot the mic is on. Yeah, I want to do the same thing with the triggers here, with this voice as well. My idea with the tendrils didn't quite work out because now I actually need to unpatch it and it's like deep in there. Oopsie. Okay, I want to switch it over to like my key step inputs here. I wonder if this can fit. Yeah, there we go. Cool. It's acting strange. It's like not sending the correct voltage. It's very weird. I wonder. Because it should be like... seems to work here. Maybe it's got something to do with the velocity. Let me clear the pattern. Pattern erase. So then this one. Yeah, there. Okay, there it works. Interesting. That's super weird. Maybe it's something to do with the length. It could be something to do with like the routing. Maybe I want to try run it straight from the outputs here. These longer cables. This is so weird. It must be some kind of bug with the voltage output of the key step. But you know what we can do is let's try the MIDI. Let's go MIDI straight into, because with the bitbox it's actually got a MIDI directly input. Fuck, now where's my converter cable? Okay, give me a sec, folks. That seems fine with MIDI. So like, that's ridiculous. You can like send the MIDI in, but then also send its CV and gate as well to kind of like override the MIDI. And it seems like when triggers are coming in, it overrides the incoming MIDI input. So that leads me to believe we can create some really cool fills by sending it like random MIDI and just like this trigger mute situation. So we can basically have the drum beat and then just fire off the randomization. That's fucking sick. I really like that sound. It's so simple, but it's just so like, so 90s and underwater sounding. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Maybe we can kind of like tweak some of the parameters in this patch, because I've been recording a couple of these hits in and out now. So maybe now that we've got this sound, we can vary it a little bit and record a couple of different variations of it. Okay, so like I've extracted most of the sounds that we created for that patch. Maybe we can like experiment now with some other things, for example. So like I want to send this voice here. Wait, that's the oct. And then the trigger, it was this one, I think. Yeah, this one. just shout out to whoever designed Data Bender and put the flashing light whenever you time stretch it and it hits multiples, because it means that that's an exact octave. So like you can just have real-time audio and create like an octave down of it, then just like layer it in with the original. Oh, it's so good. So there's a bit of reverb coming from the halo on my earphone, and then there's the rest of the reverb is like a big reverb coming from you, Dervish. So there's two reverbs, but then also that time stretch thing, kind of adding a granular-like thing in between the two reverbs. So it goes mimeophone, which gives it like some delay tails and some extra like shimmer kind of effect from the halo. Then data bender, which time stretches it to give it that granular effect, and then some more reverb afterwards to kind of smear the bits and pieces. The cool thing about doing this setup with the plats is that we can quickly just change the mode. So that mode that you were hearing now is the rings, which is like a resonator style mode. We can change it to like more traditional oscillators and that kind of thing by just switching the modes to get different sounds. Yeah, that's also the other coolest thing about Plats is you can send it modulation to switch the modes like on its own set of effects. Okay, I need to take a 2-minute bathroom break, and then I reckon, so I've got a whole bunch of stuff recorded in here. Then I reckon what we could do is start to actually produce something out of the little bits and pieces that we've created here today. You guys keen on that? Okay, I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Okay. Now I can actually see what's going on. I can read the chat properly. How's everyone doing? So I want to try use most of the stuff that like we've created now with samples, or samples of what we've created to create a track. I don't want to rely too heavily on synthesis and that kind of thing. Because I feel like, you know, once you have a bunch of ideas there, you can usually make a lot of the necessary things. I mean, except for like maybe like a strong sub bass and that kind of thing. But that actually leads me to my next point. I want to talk about a really cool way. Say, for example, if you have like a limited system, or if you have like an old synth or something like the SH101, which doesn't have a sine wave. The sub oscillator is actually a square. Let me bring in an oscilloscope just so we can kind of see what's going on there. Why is this taking over the interface? And if we trigger a note, okay, wait, I've got to turn down some settings. Boom, 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 boom. Turn up the sub ask. Let's gain it up a bit before. You'll see it kind of looks more like a square than a sub. So a sneaky trick of being able to create a sub on like an old synth which maybe doesn't have a sine wave generator, because I mean here we have the square and then the saw, basically that's the choices, and a noise, is to just turn down all of the oscillators, and then yeah, you just turn the resonance up of the filter. So you could hear that was probably pretty piercing right now, but if we turn it down, the filter's frequency, you can actually see we've generated like a clean sine just from the filter, which is pretty cool. So what we could also do is we can now tune that sine. I want to just hold, boom, and now we can tune the sine up until we get a nice frequency. That might be a bit low. Let's maybe go for the next C up. And then you can just like sample out a piece of that, you know what I mean? So it's a little bit off, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can just correct it in the sampler or the synth or whatever medium you're using. So let's just record a chunk of this in. Boom. So now I think we have all the tools that we need to create a cool beat. So I'm just going to start compiling the stuff. What we can maybe do is add a track here. And we can call this like main break. And start chopping this up here to the beat. That's the one. So we can... I actually just want to load a sampler and just drag it in. It's easiest that way. Boom. But now we can like kind of re-trigger it faster to get that kind of like old school house kind of sound, you know what I mean? I think maybe we can chop the break a little bit more. Let's see. Slice to multi-sample. Onsets. Oh no, we don't need that much. Boom. We just need one loop of it. Multi-sample, onsets, yep. Okay, so we can disable that for now. And let's see which ones are the kicks. It'll be like these ones. Sometimes it does that where it'll detect like 2 right at the beginning. You can just shift it over, which is pretty cool. Very helpful. You see here, it like detected 2. One like tiny transient one. But now, this is now the second hit, so now we can just shift them all downwards. There we go. Perfect. check this out. So like with this compressor, you have this delta listen, right? And so what this does is it basically shows you the thing that's being removed. And sometimes it's kind of like, say for example, like you're compressing something and you're like, wait, there's actually a nice sound, I don't want to remove it. A really cool trick is then to just dial back the mix, and then essentially what you're doing is you're just adding in the delta listen. Do you know what I mean? So here, for example, the compressor is actually, it's adding a nice transient to the peak of the sound, but I don't want to actually traditionally compress it. Now that I've heard the delta listen, I want to actually add that sound on top. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't actually work with the internal mix. We're going to have to use the Bitwig mix. So basically add it to an effects group and then just use this mix. So there's this plugin called DRMS. Really good plugin, don't get me wrong. It's pretty expensive for what it does. So like, I attempted to kind of recreate a similar thing in Bitwig using layers. Essentially what the thing does is it splits the mid side, and then it has several channels where it does this thing where it sends the mids to the sides and the sides to the mids, but then also it like stereoizes a mono channel and then monoizes a stereo channel, and then gives you like the 4 separate layers of them, for example. So like, I just attempted to like recreate something like that using obviously wider as a mono to stereo and things like that. So I generally just use it to kind of like, say for example, you want to add more stereo field to something, but you don't want it to sound like there's too much stereo field going on. It's pretty cool because this wider, like here for example, we've got stereo information already, but this wider channel is only taking information from the mono before it widens it. Does that make sense? So it's a really cool concept in the plugin, but like I said, like I just kind of stole the idea to recreate a rack of it in Bitwig. So this is like the wide image of the mono, but then there's also like the mono image of the wide. This one's supposed to have a mid split, I think. Somehow it got lost in translation. But I don't often use this channel, to be honest. It's mainly the mids, the sides, and the field, which is the kind of mid to side thing. The original plugin's name is DRMS by Matthew Lane. So you see here, like in this example now, when we delta listen, you can kind of hear it's cutting out some of the nice punch of the lows. And then so in that case, what I do is I'll high pass the SC to like just below the frequency of where the snare is kicking in. Do you know what I mean? So like, for example, the snare was probably around like 300 or so. So we can high pass to about 200. And then it's not actually going to, none of the lows from the kick is actually going to send to that. Do you know what I mean? It's mainly going to focus in on just compressing the highs and let the lows cut through nicely, you know? I'm not a big fan of the Fab Filter interface, to be honest with you. And also FurComp 2 is like considerably cheaper. But I mean, like, it's up to you at the end of the day, whichever one you prefer in your workflow, you know? I think Pro C2 might have a couple of extra settings that maybe FurComp doesn't have, but this has a couple of settings that some of the other ones don't have, so it's kind of like win some or lose some, I guess. I think there is a free version, which is FurComp 1. I don't think FurComp 2, I think you have to pay for it. There might be like a Linux version or something which is free. I can't remember now though. Maybe we can try and make a granular sound on top here using some of these more pad-like stuff. Some of these things. Yes. Yo, that's sick. I dig that. I dig that a lot. Okay, so what I'll usually do here is like when I get to this point, I'll duplicate that, then just try out some of these other samples because I don't want to like recreate that whole patch again. Do you know what I mean? I want to see how these sound in the exact same thing, but I don't want to disturb what we've created here, you know? Oh my gosh, guys, I actually totally forgotten. There's this freaking sick plugin that I need to show you. It's like, I was like, yo, I actually found it. I'm like, yo, this is sick. I got to save this. Got to whip it out on the stream because like I always use Faceplant and everyone's like, what's a free granular? What's a free granular? What's a free granular? So like this one is not only a free granular, but it is like one of the coolest kind of like concepts in a granular synth that I've seen in a little while. So it's called Grainbow by Strange Loops Audio. And yeah, okay, Emergence is cool. Emergence is cool, but it's like traditional granular, you know what I mean? So the concept of Grainbow is that it uses machine learning to assign pitch to different chunks of audio in the sample that you loaded into the granular. And then it basically multi-samples those across the keys. So essentially, if we have a sound that sweeps in frequency from like C, G, whatever, what it's going to do is it's going to break apart the sample and it's going to put all the grains that it thinks are C onto like the C, and then all the grains that it thinks are like the other keys onto whatever keys. So this is really cool because, yeah, well, I mean, the Bitwig sampler, but there's something about it which is just a little bit of a pain in the ass to get such nice, lush grain sounds. So the cool thing about this is it's basically just like load any sample, and it does this weird thing where sometimes some of the notes are one sound, some of the notes are another sound, so you get this really cool kind of like almost like instrument reel kind of like playing of granular sounds. So sometimes it might not fit your workflow if you're, for example, doing stuff like transposing a lot. Like what I do a lot in my workflow is transposing. So for example is like we might load a sound and it sounds cool on the C, but now we want to make the track in F, but it's a different sound on the F key. So that also has to be taken into account when you're using this. But usually what I do is like I'll throw a sound in, jam up some weird sounds, and then put that back into Faceplant and then just re-trigger that in pitch or whatever the case is, you know what I mean? I just feel like this is such a cool concept, you know what I mean? Just like splitting apart the audio, assigning whatever sounds to whatever pitch, and then giving you like a very basic granular synthesis to kind of like play with. So if we load them in a sample here, we say make it grain. So you see in this sample, it's detected like only a few notes, I think D sharp and B or something like that. So like these might not work with the composition or whatever the case is, but like you can still go in and edit each one. Okay, well, that was the drum beat, so it doesn't really work too well with that kind of stuff. So obviously it's meant for kind of like more tonal inputs. And also it kind of works best with stuff that's very chromatic, stuff that's like not in a scale, pretty chaotic. It works pretty well with. So like here, for example, this G is nice, but the C is not so nice. So it'll be pretty hard to write some kind of track around something that's... Because G and C are like the fifths of each other, so you would often use them together in a composition or whatever. So what I would do is I would just record out a G, which is the cool sound, right? G. Why so long? Just record out the G. Let's say bounce in place, and then we can open phase plant, granular inception over here, and then just drop this in there, and then tell this over here that it's a G, because now if we play a C, it's going to know what's what. You know what I mean? Cool. That's strange. Why does this not sound like... Did we record the G out, or was it the C? Was I being silly? Yeah, I think I just recorded the C out. Oh my gosh. Weird Constructor. I want to thank you, Dash Glitch. I'm currently working through the older live stream recording how to make a full-on sidetrack track from scratch to get into music production. Awesome, dude. I'm glad. I also saw another a comment earlier. Ivan. Oh, it's right here. Hey, man, thanks for your dedication. Love your stuff. Really helped me a lot. I'm really stoked to read stuff like that. Like, for me, the biggest thing is, like, hearing that other people are, like, inspired and doing the thing because I'm doing the thing, you know? That's really cool. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's the information is one thing, but not everyone's going to take that information and use it, you know what I mean? But, like, it might spark some other idea or creative thing or whatever, and that's really, like, the important thing is to just, like, motivate people to keep going, you know? But yeah, thanks. I appreciate reading stuff like that. Yo, the sub was too low the whole time, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Deep down low or up high? Because, like, to be honest, I think, like, in the 90s and stuff, where jungle was, like, probably at its heyday, we didn't have subs like we do today. So a lot of the tracks were written actually an octave higher, or in frequency ranges higher than what we do now, because, like, the technology of what we're listening to music has kind of gotten so much better. What do you guys think? Oh shit, that's a groove. LOL. Okay, I gotta be right back. Yeah, I want to do all the, like, how can I say? I want to get all the ducks in a row, and then we start, like, arranging and chopping and that kind of stuff. I'm trying to make this pad sound more spectrally. So, like, just driving it into pitch map, and then turning down the volume afterwards to just, like, basically just split the sound into, like, several bands to kind of give it a bit more of a spectrally kind of sound. But, like, now I'm really trying to, like, overdrive the spectral sound by using a filter before. So, like, with the filter before, you can kind of, like, send it a boost frequency, for example, and then sweep that, and you can kind of choose which sound is going to resonate more, which frequency is going to resonate more in pitch map or something like that. But it's pretty finicky with the gain staging to get it right, especially if you're using something like a reverb beforehand. What we can maybe do is we can maybe dial down the reverb settings here. In fact, we can actually just boof, 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 turn these off, so we're only using the granular. And then the spectral, maybe we can add a reverb afterwards. There we go. That's sounding nice. It might be a little bit too hissy. Maybe we can soothe that a little bit. Speaking of, yes, you can actually use so like if you go like this, let me just stop this. If you add a sum and you use a low pass and a high pass, boom, and a high pass, and then you send the signal into both and then sum them, that's a phase rotation. As long as these frequencies are the same, though. So like here, for example, you got to double click so that they're the same frequency. And so now this, what we've done here is we've basically created an all-pass filter here. Actually, it's a series of all-pass filters. So we've created like one disperser amount. I think this is a series thing. So like this setting that we've done here is basically the same as like disperser at 1 amount, right? But then what you can do is you can duplicate this, send this into here, and then this, and now this is disperser amount 2, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of do it again and again and again until you have disperser amount 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. But I believe, I might be wrong, but I believe each one has a slightly different frequency. So what you can do in that instance is that you create a value. And then, I should actually do a tutorial on this, to be honest. And then go like this. And if they're the same modulation amount, this will change that frequency. And what we can do is set them both down to minimum. And so now this is basically the sweep of disperser, right? And so now you nest this in like this, like a little thing like this, and this does both of these. You see, both of those. And so you duplicate this, and now this value will do these two, this one will do this one, and then this goes in here like this. So now we've created a disperser amount 2 with the variable frequencies at each rotation. Does that make sense? But I mean, like, you can vary the design further and further. There is, however, a thing called all pass here, but this is not the same kind of all pass as this. This is a delay based all pass, whereas this is just one of these is a series all pass. So you get like various different styles of all pass. Do you know what I mean? This is not the one. Like the one in Bitwig Grid is kind of different to most other ones, but it's still technically an all pass. This is the style of one that you want to recreate something like a disperser, you know. Yeah, it comes in handy. But to be honest with you, I would just say, like, you can just do this, multiband FX3. This is actually easier. And you can change the frequencies like this. So this is actually 1, 2 phase rotations. 3, 4 phase rotations, 5, 6 phase rotations. So it's just actually much simpler to do it with the multiband FX3 as opposed to in the grid. Do you know what I mean? But that's the cool thing about Bitwig is there's like several different ways to do the thing that you want to do, you know? Linear phase multiband is not something that you often see with multi-effects stuff. I'm not sure why. I'm sure there's a technical reason. But generally speaking, when you see linear phase multiband stuff, it's with, for example, stuff like a compressor, which works a little bit differently in that it doesn't actually just split the frequencies. It works on different frequency ranges, so you don't get the same effect. And I believe it's because linear phase multiband processing is very audible in terms of the pre and post ring and that kind of thing. Obviously, natural zero latency style filter phase rotations is like also very audible, but I think it's just one of those things that you can't really avoid in terms of multi effects. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misunderstand the concept completely. But like I've only ever seen multi-band linear phase stuff on something that's specific to like compressor or limiter or something like that. You know what I mean? Because it works slightly different. It's not splitting the audio. It's just working. It's reducing just one specific band, so the effect is less audible. I think. Okay, that sounds nice and old school, but underwater, nice pad type of thing. I think that'll fit the vibe quite well. So usually with this type of thing, like I will render out large chunks of it and then again just throw it into phase plant granular. Just because it's such a nice way of being able to like riff sounds that you've created, you know. Just remove that. We could just like leave it there and like let it play as is. But it's nice to be able to like use like a synth envelopes and modulation system to kind of give it more control, you know. Granular. Yo, that's sick. That's sick. We could do something like a sync rate so that we could do chops. Do like a 1/8 chops, and then we can kind of just like cycle this to get different sounds which we can chop, you know? For some reason, this sounds out of key now. Maybe we can use this as like a ambient bed. Just like reverse it like this. And then, you know, fade in, fade out. Gated granulated pad through a resonator. That could be an idea, yes. Could be an idea. I feel like it's already got so much harmonic information. Usually with like a resonator, you want something that's kind of more textureful. We need like a dub siren type of thing. You know what's probably going to be the best is to just like record one long sweeping sound and then chop it, because then you can kind of choose where in the cycle you want it to be, you know. So I'm going to do that without the reverb, and then we can put sorry, without the delay, and then we can put that delay on afterwards. Yeah, so then let's just render out a piece of this. I can't find the video where you talk about the fundamental notes to use in sidetrans. I think it was between G and D. To be honest, I can't remember which video that was in. It's probably in quite a few different videos. But in my opinion, I can actually show you why it is. So let's just pull up Vital. And let's look at the frequency spectrum over here when we look at these basic shapes, right? Okay, so over here, and then I want to show you the Vital keyboard as well. So you can see there what note is being played. So over here, this C is actually a little bit high because it's around like 70 hertz or so. So that's like at the top extent of like what most subwoofers are replicating, right? But then below that is kind of the octave below that is kind of so low that you don't really hear it so well. Does that make sense? You kind of just feel that rumble more so. So to get like a nice pronounced low frequency sound, you generally want to shoot with like between F and F sharp, like in the middle of the frequency range, around sort of here, right? Because you can, especially like here, for example, in my room, I can hear the G nicely. I don't hear F so well. I kind of need to go to headphones for F. But in G, I can kind of hear that fundamental tone very well, because obviously my speakers are reproducing it quite well. Do you know what I mean? So it's about the frequency of the note. That's kind of why I choose these notes. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't generally go anywhere below like D sharp, because it tends to get to the point where it's like inaudible. So like D sharp, E, F, F sharp. F sharp is broken on my MIDI keyboard. G, G sharp, A. I generally won't go A sharp. That's a little bit high. You can even feel that like. A sharp and A tend to get quite high, but yeah, that's about it for the explanation of that. I think it needs some kind of top loop, like a ride or something. Yeah, definitely. Like hearing that now and listening back to it, you can kind of hear there's quite a bit of high frequencies missing in the mix. It's weird how like you don't notice it at first often because like you're so subjective. Do you know what I mean? But then like listening to something else, it's like, whoa, okay. That's where the high frequency is. The major difference is, to be honest with you, I don't actually take that much advantage of. I guess the major things with for sound are like the sequencer and stuff, but I end up doing most of the sequencing outside, not because I don't like it or anything. It's just because I'm just so used to writing leads that sound like a 303 or whatever, you know. But the strength of that is that think about the obvious things like constricting your amount of octaves and the certain things that like sequencing the 303s, you know, there's part of the sound of the 303 that is the sequence, you know what I mean? Yeah, basically all these sounds, except for like the 303 and the kind of like the dub siren type of thing. Pretty much everything was made early on in the stream. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to call it. That was a super productive session. I actually want to rip a bunch of samples out of the project. I can use them in other projects and stuff. Specifically those stabs. Those are really, really nice. But that's the kind of thing that like you really want to sit and like go through, cherry pick, render out samples and that kind of thing. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in. Hey, Lucas, how's it going? Sorry if you just tuned in now. I'm about to step out. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you haven't yet liked the video, and if you're new here and you haven't subscribed yet, I would really appreciate that. Every little bit helps, you know. Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm going to let this loop once or twice for those who want to stick around and have a little dance. I will see you guys soon. Bye-bye.